EscoNitz, how's it going? So today we're going to be going on to 4.1. This is going to be our final quest of 4.0, but we're going to also do our aetherites because off camera, as I said I was going to, I went and got all the aether points. So let's see. Corporal Escorian, I presume. I've spoken with members of the Scions, and if I may be so bold as to ask, is it true that you learned some Far Eastern technique for moving underwater as freely as a fish? Nod. Then it was not an exaggeration? Incredible! Would you be willing to put that ability to use for us? If so, I have an agent stationed underneath those towering steps by the lock who would dearly love to speak with you. Next, there's 4 quests all in here. Jazula? You're Leonora, aren't you? The famous soldier and adventurer? Might be that I'm asking above my station, but I could use your help with a bit of problem. I've been tasked with rounding up a couple of nasty wavekin, and I have to admit to the fact that they're too much for me to handle. For a hero like you, however, I suspect they'd be not more than a spot of light exercise before lunch. Have you seen those monstrous yabbies crawling about south of the White Isle? I have some large hemp sacks you can use to drag them back here. Just be sure to tire them out a bit beforehand. Any fight left in them, and they'll rip right through the sack with those spiky tails of theirs. Next. Sorry. Hey, Betha. Adventurer, I need your aid in saving the souls of the dead. Pray excuse me, that sounded more dramatic than I intended. My name is Betha, by the way. You have probably heard how the Empire took great pains to quash the religions of this land, for fear of the appearance of primals. But the Imperials even went so far as to forbid the harmless ceremonies folk perform to honor their fallen. As a result, the locks are now haunted by a host of restless shades who were denied their last rites. And sadly, brute force is the only way to banish them. I spend such spare time as I have sending these spirits onto the next world, but there is only so much one woman can do. Any aid you could offer would be greatly appreciated. You will find many an unquiet spectre roaming the tombs to the northeast. Pray send them to their final rest. Corporal Escorian, you are well known for your deeds as a soldier. On this day, however, I would call upon your broad experiences as an adventurer. As for the situation at hand, it would seem that part of our patrol route has been claimed as territory by a fearsome zoo nestling, yet we cannot simply choose to circumvent the area, lest we risk providing an unobserved entry point for the Imperial scouts. My men and I will gladly go toe-to-toe with any military opponent, but nothing in our training has prepared us to combat a foe which can soar through the ravines and swoop down upon us with impunity. My comrade here almost lost his arm to such an attack, and I fear it is only a matter of time ere the creature makes a kill, unless you kill it first. What, friend? The nestling surveys its domain from a narrow pillar of rock to the northeast. Pray, find this predator and end the threat to our patrols. Alright, got all 4 of the quests going. Let's go to this one first, since it's the out-of-the-way one. I never did all these on my main character. This area, actually, I know for a fact I still can't fly in. So it's kind of funny when people ask me about it, and I'm level 80, you know? these things, I'm assuming. Yep, yappy. Hi. Time for you to get in my sack. I had some Triceratops in my sack yesterday. Next. Okay, gotta kill 4 specters. The zoo nestling, which is right here. Yeah. There should be someone down here. Right? Yeah. He said under the stairs. There he is. Ah, Corporal Escorian, Lieutenant Dorothy? I guess that's Dorothy. Said you might be on your way. Ready to get your boots wet, are you? I should probably begin from the beginning. One of the soldiers we captured during the battle at Castra Mavania was concealing a map on his person. Okay. The map was marked with a curious symbol, but no matter how hard we cajoled or threatened, the prisoner would not tell us the symbol's significance. This naturally piqued the curiosity of our commanders, and they immediately ordered a search of the marked area. Now the problem is that the area mostly covers the water, and we found nothing of interest up above. Meaning this secret, whatever it is, must be down below. We were eager indeed to enlist someone with your apparent talent for underwater exploration. I've circled the spot on your map that we'd like you to investigate. If it turns out to be something you can bring back, pray do so. Be careful down there. Banzai! Okay. There it is. Imperial material. Weird. Whoop! There we go. Ooh, maybe I should have saved this for last. This is way down. There we go. We should be right on the border of the water. There's someone's note. I wonder if the monsters could follow you into the water. Anything of interest? This looks like an Imperial material crate. I doubt anyone would bother sinking ordinary supplies, so I say we take a look inside. Nald's breath! This thing's filled to the brim with gems and jewelry. From what I can tell, these seem to be of Girabanian design. In fact, I'd say this collection is damn near royal quality. The bottom of the lock is not where I'd choose to keep such valuables, so it's safe to assume they were acquired in less than honest fashion. Our prisoner likely hoped to hide them down there until his stint in the army was over. Rebuilding a country is an expensive job, eh? Alamigo's royal family is no more, but we should return these to our citizens nonetheless. Thank you for braving those waters, Corporal Escorian. Pray, report to Lieutenant Dorothy, and I'll see that this crate is transported safely back to headquarters. You know, after I slip a few of these into my pocket. Oh no, that's all that was in there. Pulls out a crown, puts it on. Speaking of, what do you think of my new crown? I had this commissioned. That sure looks like the Alamigo's crown. No. Oh yeah, maybe. I guess I designed it based off of that, huh? Yeah. Oosh. Going around. You coming up here? Yeah, you are. There you are. I somehow ended up tanking this guy's mom. While he's just standing there. Don't be like that. So I finally finished the relic weapon, the resistance one, on my main character account, and where the freak? How do I get up there? Do I gotta go around this way? Maybe? Oh, damn it. Oh. I don't want your fate. I just want to go over here. Hey, look, it's a Minotaur. Not a guard boot. Where's the sock for the boot? Oh, that's a big specter. This should be the last one, and I should be able to just turn them all in. Yep. Oh no, I need to kill one more of these guys. It's 4, not 3. Wait. Interesting. Oh well, I don't care. That's weird. Return them all! Welcome back, Corporal Escorian. Was there aught to be found? A fortune in stolen jewelry, was it? That explains the prisoner's unwillingness to share. As my agent explained, we will see to it that those valuables are returned to the Alamigo's coffers. Thank you, Corporal Escorian. This will go a long way to helping the nation recover from the ravages of war. Your efforts will be felt, adventurer. When this land was yet under the yoke of the Empire, my own father lost his life in the fight for the freedom. But although our conquerors permitted me to build him a gravestone, they would not allow me to perform his final rites as the teachings of the Fist of Rhalgr demanded. It was later that I heard how a ghostly apparition was seen floating near his grave. I should have performed the ceremony, and the Empire's laws be damned. I should have had more courage, but I was so afraid to die. Ashamed at the cowardice I showed then, I began seeking out other shades and specters to put to rest. It is a seemingly unending path, and I thank you for walking even a few steps of the way alongside me. Might as well turn this one in right here. The nestling is slain then? I knew I had chosen the right woman for the job. I am grateful you came along before any lives were lost to that monstrous bird. You have our thanks. Duty finder. Al amigo! Oops. I wasn't expecting that. Were you able to capture those yabbies for me? Here you go. Oh, these are some lively nippers. I'd best get them in a pen before they tear their way free. It's a good thing they're ill-tempered, though. Why is that? Well, just between you and me, we're planning on using the yabbies as a secret weapon. Oh. Commence. Here we go. Let's take Alamigo back. Do. There they are. I knew there were some more here. We're gonna get some of those special tombstones for this. Are we missing someone? We are. This should blow up. These guys are gonna... Now they're gonna rush over the side. There we go. Now the killing's going faster. Now that everyone's actually here. Ah, the Magitech Scorpion. Haven't we seen this before? I don't remember. But basically, it's going to fire a beam in front and behind it. Pretty simple. When it says 4 and tail cannons or something. Target search. Who's it searching for? That'll follow that person for a little bit and then fire a missile. This person's just gonna stand in it. There's the tail laser and I was talking about. Now you know why it's called a Scorpion tank. This boss was one of the first ones you come across in Final Fantasy VII, I think. I don't remember. I actually don't remember. Now it's going after us. Better get out of that. Oh, I can't use that skill yet. I'm so used to being able to use higher level skills. But that would be an AoE defense increase for everyone. You hear that giant boom? Someone blew something up. Lise, was that you? Nope. Get here, dog. This is level locked to 70. God, I love Abyssal Drain. Seeing all that healed proc at once like that. You ain't gonna get me with that. Oh. Need to check. I was asking in FC if someone could check how much the level 80 gear is. This is the guy that augmented Fordola. And apparently, Xenos, I believe they were talking about that. The power he has.
findings. Initiate soul extraction.
Oh, this one.
Success.
We can't, let the hand grab us. Oh, I'm grabbed.
The soul rebels.
That saved the samurai. Right, now my claw. This one. I don't know what they're talking about. Come here. Come here, you. Link, that's what. I'll keep it on Link Shell. Laser fields! Again, we can't walk through these. That's all these do. We should be to the final boss after this, I think. Right? I think. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Revenge! Oh yeah, Storm, you want to get away. He has a few different attacks. Storm is a get away. Wind. Swell is get close because he's going to knock us back. Art of the Sword is a line straight to each person.
Let this moment last forever.
Kill! Swell, again get close. We can get away from this, but Art of the Storm, get away! His shadows do what he does.
This is the end.
Or, I guess not. Woo! That almost killed them.
Show me your role. Yes, yes, just so.
Get rid of the swell. That's the one that keeps moving us. And then the Ame no Habakiri.
Have you the strength?
I mean, I just killed all your swords.
The power to transcend.
Storm, swell, sword. No? Okay. Too late now. Give me that. Give me that. Yes! I won it! Ooh, and I got 2 comms. Look at that. Thank you, Visceral. Also, hello, how are you doing?
Yes! Yes! Such ferocity.
Hello, Lobster, how's it going?
Tenacity. I am loath to recall how disappointed I was when first we fought. But finally, after bathing in the blood and offal of your enemies, finally you prove yourself worthy prey for the hunt. It fills you even now, doesn't it? The hunger to bite down on my jugular, to feel the warmth fill your mouth and run over even as you drink deep. Good.
Sorry, Xenos, I'm not interested.
This is the beast I have longed to face. As you sharpen your claws, I too sought newfound strength. But this is no place for a final contest. Come! The heavens shall bear witness to our dance.
Okay. Ooh, fancy electric.
Welcome to the Royal Menagerie.
Wait.
The King of Ruin built this place for his foreign queen. He kept it filled with familiar creatures from her homeland. They bored me all.
Huh?
This fine specimen, on the other hand,
What is that?
simply divine. Your fates are entwined, are they not, Icon Slayer? This dragon, this embodiment of unbridled despair, born of a desperate man's burning hatred for the Empire. How raw the raging tempest that churns within its breast. No myth made manifest this, but a being of pure violence.
He found Shinryu, eh?
Mayhap you are the true architect of our design. You who fought the very soul of vengeance to the edge and watched him fall. You who let slip the Allegan hound to drive this icon into my arms.
Angry face.
Oh my, have I said too much?
Yes, you have.
Forgive me, this sensation is wholly unfamiliar to me. A question, then, and I should like very much for you to speak from the heart. If I were to stand aside, what would you do to this icon?
Obvious. Kill it.
Ah, as simple as that. But of course, you are the Icon's slayer. Such certainty is to be expected. A pity. There is another alternative. Or there would be. Had you only mastered your ability.
Huh?
I speak of the Echo, of course. Does it merely render you immune to iconic influence, or is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Granted, these implications are of no moment to a savage who thinks only of killing the beast before him. But when I read Van Belsar's reports, I immediately saw the boundless potential of the Echo. I saw how it could be instrumental in binding an icon to one's will. Hence my research and the Resonant, to know so much more. All icons must be exterminated without exception. Such was the imperial mandate issued by my great-grandfather, after he saw firsthand the destruction wrought by one such being. They are a blight upon this star, he felt. And so he began his great and just crusade. Ha! 'Twas not justice which spurred his campaign, but fear! Fear of the Icons! Fear of their power! Cowardice made them march forth to battle. Pathetic. Man should fight for the joy of it.
Lovely face there, Xenos.
To eat, to breed. Lesser beasts snap and howl at one another for this. Only man has the wisdom and the clarity to embrace violence for its own sake. For we who are born into this merciless,
Look at that face.
meaningless world have but one candle of life to burn. I know you understand this. You and I are one and the same. Together, we could while away the quiet hours as friend and confidant. If you will accept me.
I deny you.
And yet, in doing so, you prove me right. We are warriors. 'Twas plain from the first how this would end. You live for these moments, when all hangs in the balance, when the difference between life and death is but a single stroke. I live for them too! This is who we are, my friend! This is all we are! Alamigo and Doma and Golemol be damned!
Oh, no, no, no. Bad evil villain.
of the gods. You by your gift, I by my right. And before the resonant, the gods shall be made to kneel.
Ooh, look at those eyes. That's weird. I wonder why she only Fordola only had one glowing eye.
An ending to mark.
Nope. The Royal Menagerie. Hang on a second. Oop. Let's queue up. Oh, hey, look, it's that person we were with. Not raids. Try. Time to fight Shinryu. Look at him. Okay. Now I'm back. He, as you can see, constantly targets the tanks. But he does all the other primals. So he's gonna do Leviathan's tidal wave. The water's bad for when he's doing Rama, but good for when he's doing Ifrit. Akmorn. It's multi-hit. Shiva. That should not have hit me. Whatever. Stay out of the water. Just a bunch of baby dragons. Round 2. Oh, hey, look, it's that person. The one that kept staying in all the bad AoEs. We need to stop him before... Or we need to kill all these before that hits full. Did we actually stop it? Here we go. Time to go for a ride. It looks like some people didn't. Easy fight. Now he's gonna start breaking apart. You'll see. It cracked. The only one that doesn't crack is this middle platform. But there's another one he's gonna smash in front of us. Shiva? Yep. Ow. Screwed him. Do 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 do. And you can see, once he strikes the same spot twice, goodbye land. Anyone? Well, he just smashed in front of us. I asked them to LB. I'm not sure why they're not. Diamond Dust. Time for Shivas. Why will no one LB? We're at the end. Thank you. Ow, the healer LB. That person died. Hellfire. Thank you for the run. Poof! Duty complete. No victory song? You. Hi, Elise. Hi, Elfino.
Are you alright?
I mean, I just killed a dragon. Nod.
Xenos.
The hunter has indeed become the hunted. And yet, there is only joy. Transcendent joy that I have never known. How invigorating, how pure this feeling.
Can you shut up and die already?
Is that what this was all about? All the meaningless death and destruction, so you could feel something?
Meaningless. Men die that others may live. Those who survive are stronger for it.
I don't think I've ever actually seen
To have stood upon this great stage of fools.
the blood and stuff.
To have played my part to perfection. Oh, this moment. Let it be enshrined in eternity. My heart beating out of time. So clear, so vivid, so real. So real.
Wait a minute.
Coward!
Stop!
Farewell, my first friend. My enemy.
Okay, Lise was jumping way faster than that. His hair's so long you couldn't see where he actually caught himself, obviously. That's why there wasn't any wound there.
Where is he?
Dead right over there.
He's dead. By his own hand.
Then justice has been done.
No. There's no justice in that rabid animal's end.
I mean, he's dead. Everyone can move on. You
Liberty
now have...
or death. That so many should be forced to take up this creed to defeat such madness.
We won. Forget him. The living have need of us now.
Stand tall, Lise. Now is the time to raise a cheer for all who fought for freedom. A cheer loud enough to carry to the highest heavens.
We did at least. Alamigo is yours now.
You're right. Thank you. Without you, well, you know.
Well, yeah, there's no way you would have been able to beat a dragon.
So let's do it together. For Alamigo!
Well, I did it for the XP and rewards. Arnvold. And now you know why, though, I called the stream when I did last night. Because there's no way I would have been able to go through all this in time. God, I love the prelude. Nod. Alamigo is free. Doma is free. We've pushed back the Imperials. Lisa's bird. Now, did the Imperials take their song?
And in Crimson it ended.
Or did Alamigo take their song? The Garleans.
And then we were free. But what is freedom, really?
I mean, I can understand why Fordola did what she did.
We may be free to live, to love, to grow old, to have dreams and desires, and to strive for them. But in the end, we're defined by the legacy our forefathers bequeathed to us. Even Xenos was once a baby in the cradle, innocent and pure. He was made into a creature that lived only for death, not born one. 20 years of Imperial rule have left Alamigo torn and bleeding.
I'd
It won't be
imagine.
easy to heal a generation's worth of wounds, to bridge the gap. But I won't give up, Papalimo. I won't.
So does this mean Lise isn't a Scion anymore? If she's going to be in charge of Alamigo. That's you, Sorbonne.
Because I remember the price of freedom. I remember the smoke, and the ashes, and the blood. I remember the screams, and the silence. And I'll do whatever it takes to honor their sacrifice, to build a home for us all. I promise you.
Where's the nod? I sense a nod. Oh no, don't nod.
This is the end. The end of the Imperial province of Alamigo, and the rebirth of Alamigo, the free nation. Long may she endure.
Credit time. As always, we're gonna go through, since we can fast forward like this. This song, we never really got to hear it.
Rested forth from tired fingers, bathed in blood and sealed in stone, soul scarred, 12-fold, beckoned by the bells of vengeance, spirits bold, a lover lost, a family torn,
I love this music.
a solemn pyre raised to rouse the slumbering heaven. Fire in your eyes, fire in your hearts, steeled as you sound the horns of the war. You know the cost.
everyone at the end there. Such a pretty song, though. I know I keep saying that, but it is. We're almost done with Stormblood. 40 quests to go, and then we're on to Shadowbringers. Are they gonna thank me again? And all Final Fantasy XIV players. Yay. We're almost through the credits. Oh. Estinian? Yeah.
Well, well, well. What a fine mess we've made.
Nidhogg's eyes. No one else noticed those?
Feeding that primal, eh? Well, you won't be making any mischief with that amount of ether.
Please destroy them?
Still, better safe than sorry.
Yay!
ends your hateful legacy.
How did no one notice those there? It's over. My condolences for your loss. A father should not outlive his son. What nonsense. You do not mourn his loss? You surprise me, your radiance. He was your son and heir, and an irreplaceable test subject. I know what he was. Monsters are not made for thrones. Nor are stars made to sustain false gods who sup on their very essence, icons summoned by desperate savages who hearken to the whispers of shadowless charlatans. Should you raise a hand against my black-robed brethren, I will not stop you. Our desires are one and the same: preservation, restoration. Compression, resurrection. All is in service to your one true God. And when the sundered shards are made whole, will there be a place for us mere mortals? Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will, your radiance. You will come to trust me in time. Until then, mayhap you will find this reassuring. What? How dare you? Who? What? I need to know. We did it. We liberated Alamigo. I don't know what to say. I don't even know how to feel about it all. Relief, I suppose. Pride and hope, too. We did it, Father, Ida, Papalymo, Conrad, Mefred, Minfilia. We really did it. Hey, don't feel like you have to stand here listening to me mumble. Everyone else wants to talk to you. You beat him, after all. You're the real hero of this story, so run along and take your plaudits. Nope. There's one right here. For you to beat best Xenos, even after he had harnessed the power of a primal, is a testament to your ever-grown strength. Not bitter to have had your vengeance stolen from you by another? There is some small regret, perhaps, but that is outweighed by the satisfaction I find in his death. I commend you, Leonor. As should we all. Xenos was a monster and a tyrant, the man who killed my father and countless other of my countrymen. The world is a better place without him in it. I should also praise Master Elfino for his foresight and restraint. Had he not intervened, I might have never have had the pleasure of being reunited with Hakuro and his Lupin brothers. 'Twas a timely intervention, full glad am I not to have been burdened with the guilt of killing my Lord Hien's most trusted allies. Ha, indeed, my friend, indeed. Yugiri's just like, yeah, sure, buddy. You would have won. After all we have been through, I really should know better than to worry, but as ever, the relief I felt upon finding you hale and whole in the royal menagerie well nigh reduced me to tears. The warrior of light, victorious again. I should be surprised if some small part of you had not come to resent the title and the responsibilities which accompany it. You must forgive us if we call you hero when you accomplish heroic feats. But as the warrior of light goes, so goes the world. You should take pride in the good you have done, and in the good you have inspired others to do. You are a natural-born leader of men, Leonora. All these people weren't just following their commanders, they were following you. And you led them to victory, to freedom. Alas, not everyone could see this journey through to its end, but history shall remember them, and the glorious future they made possible. Can you believe it? We won! We beat the bastards! Al amigo! Al amigo! Sorry, got a bit carried away there, didn't I? It's hard not to, you know. We owe it to the friends we buried to shout and scream and cheer with all our hearts. I want them to know it wasn't for nothing, that it's finally over and they can rest in peace. You hear that, lads? We'll be all right. We'll be. Oh bugger, not again. I'm so bleeding happy I could cry. The hero of the hour. I suppose we'll have to add Liberator to your titles. With their commander fallen, the remainder of the 12th chose to surrender to our forces. After 20 long years, it's official. The occupation is ended. But now the hard work starts. Though the people have had their fill of kings, there is no clear consensus on what sort of government they would prefer instead. Indeed, Father, momentous as this achievement may be, the road which lies before us is no less uncertain than the one we have walked. Aye. Yet, if we can overcome 2 decades of oppression, I've no doubt we can find a way forward. Thank you, Corporal, for helping to make this dream a reality. Finished your rounds? Great. In that case, I'd like you to come with me back to Rhalgr's Reach. You want to fight again? Nod. Ha! Not for a rematch or anything. Sadly, I want to call all the Scions together. I'll explain later. This does give me, yep. I don't even know where to begin.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we? I can't thank you enough. There's something I need to say to you all. That is, if you have a moment.
Okay.
Good. You're all here. Good. Thank you doesn't really suffice, does it? I'm grateful. Truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. But I know you didn't fight so hard just to hear me or anyone else say that. You fought because you wanted to help, because you believed it was right, because you're Scions. Now, I'm obviously a Scion, but as Conrad left me in charge of things here, I also have responsibilities to Al Amigo. When I put it like that, though, I realized I couldn't even pretend to be impartial anymore. So it seemed best to make it official. As long as I serve Al Amigo, I can't be a Scion. It might be selfish and short-sighted, but that's my decision.
No. No one's saying anything.
Am I to understand that you summoned us all, some of us still nursing wounds, to hear this?
Oh, you stole her.
Oh, I didn't,
Forgive me, Lise. 'Twas but a jest. But this I say with the utmost sincerity. Scion or no, we are comrades, now and ever after.
Oh,
Is
I'm
that
gonna
not
miss you,
so?
Lise. Or, you know, whichever you want to be called. Nod.
There you have it. Come what may, you may count on us in your hour of need. We shall never refuse you.
No.
Jonah. Oh, gods. I swore I wouldn't cry.
Oh. Now you're gonna make me cry. Tancred, I hate your stupid bandana. Like, if you were blind in that eye, it makes sense. But right now, you're just literally hampering... What? Gosetsu! I was right!
Come back here, you slippery little devil. To think fishing could be so difficult.
Was he fishing with his katana?
What greater proof of a man's lingering mortality than an empty belly? A fate worse than death. Fie on it. To have arrived at the appointed place and time only to survive by mere force of habit. Truly, the Kami are not finished with us yet.
Us?
Oh, capricious fortune. How you test me with this wretched soul.
Yatsu is alive too, huh? Well, why don't you just kill her then? One quick sword swipe and it's over. I mean, she shot you like 4 times when you were holding the building. This is indeed the work of either Shinryu or Omega. And since there is undeniably something down there radiating a massive amount of energy, which cannot very well be the late Viceroy's Lapdragon, yes, I think we have our suspect. So Omega... Well, this is a mess of our own making, so it falls to us to clean it up. It won't be easy, but is it ever? And now comes the part where you say you've got no choice but to divert company resources and employees to this pet project of yours. Lost profits and belligerent clients be damned. Financial considerations notwithstanding, you have to admit there is an unquantifiable benefit in giving our people the opportunity to study such advanced technology. Oh? Is that before or after you blow it up or steal it away? Fine, fine, but the moment I judge this little venture an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, I'm ending it. Savvy? Nod. And to keep you honest, using my authority as deputy president, I've gone ahead and brought in a consultant, a master engineer, and mechanical genius. Nod. You didn't. Sid's face. Lise, is that you? Come now, you mustn't build their expectations too high. It will be less dramatic when I surpass them. Oh no. Absolutely not. This is not happening. Haha. Nero. Nero Tolskeva, eager to begin his first day as a loyal member of the Ironworks team. Looking forward to working with you, Garland. All their faces. So fell the hunter, but what of the hound? So rose the children, but what of the father? The Lock's Aether Current attunement complete. Oh, Ralger's Reach and Shirogane, eh? Alright, Lise.
Come to see how we're getting on?
Yes. Nod.
We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion.
I know who you can talk to.
We're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The Reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Alright.
Aye, aye,
On
Commander.
to... here. We're...
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you.
Hey, we get to...
Don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Nod.
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not?
I've been adventuring for a while now. Nod.
After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Alphino. Twist my arm, why don't you? All this is cutscene. Trying to see. Oh yeah! The mount! The mount I just got. Right then, let's go and find Master Lavoulier. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte and we'll be along shortly. See you there. Alright. Sorry about that. I crashed because the cat was driving, or tried driving the car. Don't know if she came across the mic. Greetings, Leonora. 'Twould seem we are to accompany Arnwald on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the Monks of the Fist ended with Rhalgr's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty? You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dusk till dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. Nod. Okay. You learned the emote box. Woo! Flash box. What's this? Vending. The news of Doma's Alamigo liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arnwald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the treasure hunters fared, nothing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere. So, we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arnwald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, whilst Leonora makes the rounds in the Alamigan quarter. Ha, and there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. We got a healer, a tank, and a useless person. I want to teleport. Sure. The palace? No, not me, Les. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the divine audience. Anyone, I mean anyone suspected of conspiring against a crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say, I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. You want to hear an old maid stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd order. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say that he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. Was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Ooh. I served the palace. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street and ask old Ernold. He was the king's head scribe. Yes, I'm Ernold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet, if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days the king's fevered mind settled upon even grislier methods. Oh, hey, Stomp! Sorry about that. I've been focused on the game. Yeah, I switched over my model because I wanted a more female-looking one. I really do apologize for that. I've been working on the story and I focused there. And look at how swooshy my hair is. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fever mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal. What do you mean, Stump? Which only a few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family. A magic which transformed them into fiends in hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Yeah, you owe me something. You didn't say moo. Moo. How have you been, Stomp? Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Oh, what? I don't remember that. Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. Thank you, I'm glad you enjoy the model. It is just possible that I suppose that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist or that the Imperial somehow overlooked it. I'm curious though what game it was, because it might be one I forgot about and was interested in picking up myself. But what of you, Leonor? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Oh! Thank you for the game! Stomped. Eastward. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Alright. I appreciate that gift. Thank you very much. I do hope you get by again. You don't have to give me gifts to drop. Thank you very much. Have a nice night, Stomp. Turned into monsters. What could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said not of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives are also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning our yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Leonora? His fear seemed genuine. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Ernald's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove was hidden, but ere I share my theory, there's a matter I would clarify. Arnvald, you spoke of a light-hearted adventure, but I sensed a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. Nod. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot in my skin was an emergent third eye, like the kind you see in pure-blood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I could say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you can understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arnwald, and I apologize. That could not have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Leonor, are you content to surrender the treasures to Arnwald's noble cause, and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Nod. Hey, how come I don't get to decide that? And I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it. What if I wanted to say no, game? Let me pop that. The top's gonna end up in here. Oh no, it's not. Oh, that's only accessories. Yeah, 100 eye levels more. Alphinaum. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourned to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plan, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. Forgive me, 'twas not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise. Having been all but destroyed by war, yet the ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodric's former scribe, was not a reference to the prison, but to a palace still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there, not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's Trove? Precisely, and since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance to the old city will have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. Nod. We, however, have certain advantages which they do not enjoy. Leonora, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arnwald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Nod. Banzai! Best part about this is I can now use my ship in the water. Wait, I don't... That's right. I can even use it underwater. It's an actual whale now! You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. You come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. Leonor, it's Elfinome. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a door concealed by enchantments. Have you aught to report? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Excellent. Then I propose we proceed from our respective entry points and look to meet somewhere in the middle. Oh, come on, you two. We might as well make it a race. Victory goes to the first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed. Do we? Whoa, dang. Also, I believe... Yep, 102. I have enough to get that jacket. I need to make sure I grab that. Hello. Gotta say hi to everyone. I do apologize that you can hear my typing. And pop. That's why I thought... No wonder the sea stands alone. The seas part for we alone. Well, that's okay, because I don't need the seas to part. I can swim through it with and breathe. You know what? I might as well do this. Eh. Here, horsey. Rising Seas. Oh. Yeah, let me get him out of that. Now we need to... Aren't kelp... I just realized, a kelpie is a mythical creature that pulls you to your death, basically. Or brings you to your death underwater. So that's, I like that reference. They drown you. We're gonna be getting gear probably, if that one chest is anything to go by. Haha! I noticed my timer was about to run out for once. Don't want it. Don't want it. We should be able to handle this. This may have been a dumb decision. Let's find out. Look, so far, no. Seems to be working. Whenever I see this thing, I always think of Digimon. When, Digimon Season 2. Haha, no detonation for you, buddy. I'm so excited. We're so close to Endwalker. Of course, on YouTube, I'll probably still... I'm a bunny. That actually made that easier. Again. Pass, pass, pass. I like being the fuzzy thing. I seem to have went the wrong way. Maybe? Oh no, I remember now. Now we fly! Look at all the... I like how these are just dark elementals, but they're called lightless homunculus. Like, it's a darkness elemental. We've seen them 100 times. Vroom! Oh, didn't pass. Someone wants the healing robe for glamour. I found a magical sealed door. Oh, you know, I probably should use that, huh? It's late. I'm tired. Sorry. No. Rotting Royal. It's Belphegor! Roderick poisoned. Yep. I've seen that attack on many enemies before. I know to move out of the way. There comes a tail swing. He doesn't show his attacks at all. Well, not at all, obviously. They dropped that right on me. Healer's confused. He's firing his cannon. Black Mage is gonna get hit now. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, he's raising his tail. This is his claws. This is over. I can finish this on my own if I need to. Before the one. Hey, who's this? Oh, we look so sad. You. What's in here? Greed. Oh, they needed it. They got 2 commendation.
Bugger it. Are you all right?
Hi, Elfino.
Aye. Everything's still attached.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good. We spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you?
I murdered them all.
Much the same, then. 'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Wow.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Arnvold and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time we should agree on some manner of handicap. We may have lost Elfino, but think of what we found. Quite, I am still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating specter, you mean? You should have heard him scream, Leonora. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. How much do I owe him? Sensei is making me some armor for the when I hit level 80. All just an aside, we must tell the people the good news, and I think Lise should be the first. Seconded, there is to be a meeting of representatives from across the Alamigo, so she is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? The Butcher's Blood. At least. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lisa, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Leonora and Elfino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it goes towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Arnvold did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to even to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Nod. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Nod. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Elfino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Elfino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths, tell me what's happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself. Nod. Oh, the Butcher's Blood.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on? Someone let slip about Fedora.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Butcher the... Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Yeah, we saw her.
And my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
The Bull of
My
Alamigo.
friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees.
I mean,
But I ask
Ralbon.
you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth.
That's smart
Now
play,
is the
Ralbon.
time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves.
To be fair, Ralbon, though, you don't really have the right to give this kind of speech. You did kind of just murder someone straight up because you think they murdered someone else.
Or one who cast them aside when tried.
They attempted to kill the...
I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Clap, clap, clap. Way to diffuse the situation, though, Ralbon.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
Nod. Okay, well, he diffused that situation. Now, I had a tell. Let me go check this tell real quick. Good job, Ralbon. My thanks, Ralbon. Listening to their anger. Oh. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory, but now the war is over. All that unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folks known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own. So we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and Kakern to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroad, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt the proceedings. Nod. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself has to be put to death. Nago, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated and everyone who didn't resist? Then there would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her path. A moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, aye, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of the circumstance in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her, too. I'll return with my other duties, then. We've barely begun to investigate the facilities where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. Nod. Imagine if they'd kidnapped me instead of Kryl. You have the commander's permission to enter, then? Yes. This looks like it's going to be voiced. There she is.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you?
I'm kind of curious, though. Is she still a resident?
Put me out of my misery. To finish what you started. It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time.
Huh.
All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men. And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want.
Okay.
You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fordola. I see you for what you are.
Oh, looks like I'm gonna be seeing too. So, where is this? Oh, this is her childhood, eh? That's the Imperial
Come
flag?
on, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right.
What was that voice?
Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions.
Wait.
Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Guys? As in the one that we killed, or the higher one that before this one?
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
Hey, hey, hey.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Why wouldn't they?
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of Arn.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Ah!
Father, I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Did they actually kill him?
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Who's this guard?
Fadola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods. What have you done to your
Now I'm curious what this tattoo is.
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
Nod. So wait, is Fordola's mom still alive?
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Oh, now she's getting a glimpse of ours, huh?
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
Because I'm the hero of light. For those I have lost, for those I can yet save.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
The measure of our reach. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordello something to think about at least. Aye, and I've found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Leonora, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordello kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. Nod. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the Echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? Nod. The Resonatorium. General Alden is inside, aye? Will you be joining him? It's never just easy enough. Oh god. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it? Yes, as expected. She didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? Humph. We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the science expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand. Nod. There's an investigator over there. The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous now that you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. What? The Ironworks received requests from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? Yes. All the pods are designed to drain the aether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I cannot tell you. Oh god. So these other pods... So many bodies, every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they've perished from forcible aether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operation would be much appreciated. Leonora, shall we start with you? Nod. Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kyle and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with aether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo? Nod. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at the door night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Ysal is completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hrace Vulgar's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she could suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these god-forsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not begin her wish. Not yet. Right. Nod. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. Nod. Alright, Lise. I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Raban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? 'Tis a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Ul'dah or start again in the land of their birth. Leonora, a moment. I am newly returned from Ul'dah with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Nod. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of the consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Elfinone, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Leonora. Nod. Echoes of an echo. Complete. So, Fordola still has the echo, artificial or not, and it's constantly activating is what that cutscene told us. Imagine seeing everyone's family, all the pain and suffering, not just seeing it, living it. Poor Fobola. Like, I understand she's not... What she did is still wrong, no matter how you look at it. But the fact that she's being tortured over and over with those memories and stuff... Yeah. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arenvald? I am at your beck and call. And I should begin back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins, and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards, Leonora. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. No nod. Back to Ul'dah. Okay. Ming. Ethernet. Chamber. You are expected, my lady. Please proceed.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
Yeah, I saved 2 countries.
The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel.
Is it Raubahn?
I speak of Raubahn and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Ul'dah home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo.
Oh. Nod.
And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side.
So he's not gonna stay?
I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Raubahn chooses to remain in Ul'dah or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him?
Well, fire him then.
It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
Nod.
Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Outside the quicksand, huh? The quicksand is the adventuring guild. Reminder for myself there. Adventurers Guild. Perchance you remember Lilira, the merchant's daughter? This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now, let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone Throw, just beyond the Gate of Nald. Gate of Nald. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor, are at the mercy of the elements and Thanalon's predators both. The city's mighty wall offers safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Ala Mhigo, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Your hands have been tied, Your Grace. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Rauban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hand of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences of my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarist's damnable games. Forgive me my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. Away I go! Colosseum would be the Gladiators Guild. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless paradise, or parade, of document signing and ceremonies. For years I simply signed where I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Rauban. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Ala Mhigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raubahn to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raubahn had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Raubahn is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the syndicate. And then I had my blade. Raubahn's loaded. Oh, looks like I'm getting a cutscene. Damn, Raubahn didn't even use 2 swords, just one. Also, where's my dual wielding class? Ha!
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shum. Raubahn!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine.
She's so adorable.
With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Ul'dah. And so, as tradition dictates, Raubahn Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last.
Nod.
Long live the
Baby want up.
And long live Ul'dah!
Do you think she just sits on Raubahn's arm because she just likes being tall? Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is as that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raubahn, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. I'll take the money. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arzaneth Ossuary. The what? Thaumaturge's Guild. Couldn't you have just said that? When calamity threatened, Ralban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartno, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louisoix would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting the shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path, Leonora. With Ala Mhigo now freed from imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Nod. Already, many displaced Ala Mhigans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan school in Rhalgr's Reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Ul'dah treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Why not seek the advice of one who employs refugees? A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Manderville? Ah, well, he is a most generous man. Is something of an eccentric. Let us make our way into the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us. Hey! He's part of another storyline. Airship. I was looking at all the A's like, which one am I going to? I have ridden aboard a public airship. I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. Gold Saucer. We'll continue with Nanamo in just a second. We're gonna gamble first. Prize exchange. Or, no. Not prize exchange. Mini Cactpot. Alright, we gotta find the 1, 2, 3. Oh, hey! What? Wow. Aww. Try this. Nope. There wasn't anything good on here. Two, 5, 7, 3. Woo! There's the 10,000. Oh, that's only 7. I have this one. Man, none of them were good. But hey, we got a 10,000. And then one more thing. We need to teleport over to the Cactpot Square. And let's go get a reward. I think. Consolation prize. Consolation prize. Consolation prize. Dang. Alright, now we can go back to talk to Nanamo. I have heard description of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. I got money, you can gamble. I think, yeah, there's a summoning bell here. Give me one moment. Because... he's upstairs at the Wonder West. Nanamo. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Manderville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? Hey, there he is. My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When the Sultana herself comes calling, there is no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalin. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Valamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Ulda's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically, I agree with your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Ulda in this arrangement? Profit? After all you have done for Girabanya's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is in fine endeavor to support one fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Ulda's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill? Nod. Indeed, then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Ulda. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamigans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Manderville. I thank you for your candor. Yay! I mean, he's not wrong. Sultana's resolve. Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. Standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Leonor, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Ordinarily I would not trust any of the East Aldernard Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kudagane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetheryte in Ul'dah. A fair journey to you, Leonora, and a swift one, if you please. Kugane! It's free. Wait a minute. Oh. The Ruby Bazaar. Not the price, the bazaar. Which is strange because the ruby price definitely seems... King of the Castle. Leonor, to what do I owe the pleasure, or are you here on business? I beg your pardon? Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Ul'dah? My dear Leonora, I have you to thank for this recognition, I am sure, and I am flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan. The Waking Sands would seem a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Very well, Leonora, and may your dealings prove fruitful. I thought you were waiting for me here. Welcome back, Leonard. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lolorito? And you agreed to this? I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the Monetarist at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Ul'dah effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let's go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. Nod. Oh, it teleported me here. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work, then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves. Nod.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
Cute. She put a mask on.
You have made your point.
'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira? Hmm?
Huh. Lolorito actually took the mask
The
off.
deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate.
Yeah.
But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ha!
Twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
Well, they're miners.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
The Saltery.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltery and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gil.
Yeah.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The
White
Loch's
gold.
bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
Wow. No one got no assassination attempts on either side. I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Leonora. I could not have done it without you. I'll take the money, please. Of course, our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Leonora, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. Nod. My thanks again. Together we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the people of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. Alamigan headquarters. I can do it. Oops, didn't need to click that. Lease. Leonora, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So, Raban says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to. Humph, tell us something we don't know. But I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ul'dah's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. Whiskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Leonora? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. Nod. 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 Speak with Watt. He's... yeah. I can just fly. Oh. I thought I was moving. I pressed the button to move. This should be the Saltery down there, right? That looks like it, yeah. Watt's gonna be like, nah, I'm good. What manner of mischief brings you young'uns to old Watt this time, eh? They want to rebuild the Saltery, Grandad. Leonora, tell them about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to call the Belgars, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whiskar, my lad. Truly, I would. So does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Leonora? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. Whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Sultry to its former glory. Good hunting! I'm gonna go around this way. Right then, Leonor, I've got a spyglass here you could use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've gotten their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how I get on. For yabbies and... okay, target a yabby and inspect it. What? No. Oh. Yabby's jaw. Okay. Did we do it? The Yabby's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Ah, looks like you found a Yabby. They sit hidden their shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Aim for the soft underside of your head. Although I like the second option just as much, too. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then, wish me luck. Nod. Thanks, Leonor. I did just as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. Oh yeah, I can fly. Look at that big old guy. Hang on a second. If Sensei here is providing me with my level 80 armor. How's it going, Sensei? So how much... I love the look of this armor. This XIV, yeah, I believe is the one I'm thinking of. Oh, no. Ah, yes, that is. Look at how well this dies. Oh, that... It's only fair. They said it was 100k a piece. I need to just throw that out there and place an armory chest. And do that and place an armory chest there. Oh, I passed it on. Thank you to Sensei for that. I love that armor. I think I can handle the Abbeys now, so we should try something different. What else is out here? Search your surroundings for phobads. Okay, a phobad. The eye. The phobad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. Ugh, a phobad. How do I defeat one of those? Just hit it really, really hard. Destroy the core in its eye. Inside its head, is it? I'll try to stab right between the eyes then. Yeah! Nod. I feel like I'm training a newbie in like Monster Hunter. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move. But I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Leodora. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road, we should head back to the Saltery before Granddad starts to worry. I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchling. Thank you very much to Sensei for that. Okay, so these are weaker than these. 79. Oh. I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself, after a bit of instruction from Leonora here. Like, once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad, a fine young man you've become, Whiskar. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge. Their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the Saltery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. It seems Whiskar has the sultry security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden. Apologies for the interruption, miss, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Eh? Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in Alamigan Quarter. My apologies again, miss. Fare you well. I didn't even give him a nod. Alamigan Quarter. Yep. Whee! Look at that destination right there. Ooh, pretty.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light.
What?
I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Laurentius has betrayed us twice. Their lives would be forfeit. Execution is not the answer.
You would spare these animals? Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more, I would say. Walk with me.
Nod.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamigan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Ul'dah and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Well, Nanamo doesn't want you to leave, or doesn't want you to leave, but she also wants you to leave. So, get your ass in that castle. That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled. Arnvald, what's news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Venanta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vira. These are Kelyana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lisa's trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kelyana would refuse it out of hand. We had best go and see it for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Leonora, you've dealt with the Kelyana before. I'd have you at my side. Nod. Blissful. I'm not gonna have to fight Lakshmi again, am I? Look at the quest name. I saw that. Lisa. Leonora, Ralban, gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who called Girabanya home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We'll do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentor. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. Nod. Why do I have a feeling we've welcomed a Viper into our midst? Ralban, that is racist. Okay, let me change Dancer, and we will pop this open. And that's why. Return to inventory. Equip. Oh, these are dyeable? Ooh, those look good dyed. But, whatever. Oh, music. Raubon. There we go. Had dress up Raubon. Oh! Read the description. This Kalyana elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you, Leonora? The enthralled cannot be trusted. Aye, it is said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there is no salvation, and I strongly doubt the Kalyana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the scions? Nod. I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Leonor. My thanks, I will see you in the palace. I'm not teleporting when it's right over there. Hello, Scions. Hey, Y'shtola, you're fine now. Leonora, I've brought reinforcements. Arnvald told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I am not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alize's report suggested that they shunned the contact with other races, despised it in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, 'twould seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I could stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Nod. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Leonora, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. What? Look, dude, I just fly everywhere. Hey, there's a resistance guard. You're at the Scions Myths? General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside. If you'll follow me. Cutscene time. I like Lisa's outfit. Okay. Blue is Kalyana, purple is Vera.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lys Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo.
That's the guy that was called for Fordola's death.
What was the first thing you noticed when you came in?
Eh?
For me, It was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place?
I would. I would. Me.
Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
But I want to sit there. I earned it. I'm the Warrior of Light. At least you could have brought, like, pillows for people to sit on.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
Nod. Nod.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abania devote themselves to our faith. You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
The water's loading.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
Alphanode, you need to get out too.
It's up to us.
Nod. Hey, you just kind of struck down an envoy. Nod. What?
God damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
Carbuncle!
No, you don't!
The Kaliana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvold to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick.
Me! I do! How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it. I think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this! Isn't that right, Leonora? Use Deflect to dissipate the Aether Sphere's Lakshmi releases. Be warned, allowing someone to be enthralled will result in failure. Sweet! Leaders of Girabanya, accept my love, worship my light. She means to enthrall everyone. We have to stop her. They've done a fine job of blocking our retreat. We must break through. Oh.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
And give up the freedom we've worked so hard to win? Not likely. Roger, save us all. No, please. Do not your mortal bodies tire? Far better to dream. Ooh, that's a lot.
I shall free you from your hate.
No. Oh, jeez. There are too many. We can't stop them all. But I was stopping them all.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
I like how all the enemies just stopped attacking us during this. You saw the Kalyana in the back, the blue-robed, Ananta. Why? Why do you deny my blessing? You who defy me shall rest in death. They should be brought to you... They brought you into this world over a mistake I've made. And I'll be damned if I let you taunt me with it. Huh. Where did she... Stay on your guard! I'll cut us a path. Stand ready. Oh. Never mind. Raubon's got them. You cannot flee my radiance. You will all be my dreamers. Her presence, it's overwhelming. We'll lock her down as best we can. The rest of you need to run. Quickly now, while the prime role is Lise? I can't run away from this. They need us. Then we stand and fight together. Elfinal, the envoys are in your care. Surely you do not mean to... Very well, I shall see our guest to safety. They forsake our eternal bliss? Hand of Grace. All of you, to me. How are you two staying? She still has more than enough strength to battle you both. You need more than 3 to best the Primal, and if we let you fall here, then who will be left to stop her? Pitiful, misguided children, lay down your weapons, lay down your head. Well, I can't move. She's going after Lisa and Romon. You know, you two could be more useful. My thanks, Leonora. I'll make sure that my steel is worth the effort. Again and again, you refuse my gift.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Can I just... She's building up something big. Come close to me, all of you. Nice work, Forbola. Are you alright, though? Huff, this... Gasp, this is nothing. Ugh, it's one thing after another. We have to fight as one. Yes, all of you run away while I stand here. Give me MP. Why do you cling to your misery? She's starting to weaken. Don't give up. Behold my divine brilliance! What in the... Her power's out of control. I'll shield us, but you'll have to finish her off. I mean, I'm doing the best I can. It's really on the NPCs right now. Quickly, I can't hold her off forever! Anyone? Because apparently I'm not strong enough for this. Kill her! Gasp! You need to kill her now! Hold on, Fordola. We'll end this now. For Alamigo! There it is. Duty complete. Woohoo! We finished our duty. No! I'm melting! Melting!
We did it! We beat her!
This is one thing I like about this game, though. It explains how multiple people can go up against a primal, because there's more than one person in the world that has the echo. Now it's a flashback time.
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't.
Don't we all?
I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Let's see. What happens? What did she choose? What did she choose? Look, I didn't mean to go into your memories.
Seven hells. It's her. The butcher.
Yep. Now what's gonna happen? All the memories.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
Wait.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you.
Huh.
For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
This makes all of them primal slayers. Fordola, Arnvald, Lys, Ralvan, all of them are now icon slayers. We're gonna be... Well fought, Leonora, Arnvald. That was a near thing. Aye, our stand against the Caliano would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned for this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... God, it's my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass, we were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in the future. Nod. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kalyana keeping their weapons springs to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Y'shtola. We appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing there? I asked her to come. Now I'm going to tell you everything you just she just saw. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfrid was right. Her victims will never forgive her what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their own grievances and make peace with each other, and I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. 'Tis a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Elfinal. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We were all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted, Leonora. You and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest, you've earned it. Nod. Oh.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people.
Is that good?
It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
Oh. Nod. Nod.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Rabon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Rabon, I am no longer a child.
Oh.
Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
No, you're not.
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me?
Oh.
Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar?
Oh, Nanamo.
For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies.
Oh.
So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo hitting hard with the feels.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raoban. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
She's
Grace.
too precious for this world.
An honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Please. You should have seen it. It was so adorable.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest.
Don't tease the poor boy. He's only 16.
But I must yield the floor to Raoban. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
So did Pippin turn from a gladiator into a Dark Knight?
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the Bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Rauban.
Well, that was unexpected, though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
I like how cocky my character looks right now. I think it's about time I headed back to Rolger's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alize will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you if you've no objections. Nod. I'd welcome the company. Leonora, why don't you come along to the Reach as well once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? Upon completion of this quest, you'll be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens. Okay. Rolger's Reach. Nope. Also, we can now use these shops here. Which means that in Kugane there's one of those NPCs, I believe. Hi, Elise. Well, here we are again. Alphinaud has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Y'shtola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-blessed champions nearby this time. But we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kellyanno. Nod. You can say that again. The whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. But it looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Kalyana movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bowl of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Rhalgr's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray, but that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Rauban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seed which we were so carefully sowed have begun to flower. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. There's our Rauban. Are you back? Let's go Setsu, right? I do give thanks to the Gami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the sea. But their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in the city of rich merchants. These dango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads? I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Eh? Bah, 'tis like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive and I must return to my master's side. You okay, Gosetsu? Come, Tsuyu, we shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Zeno's put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly to have taken his head regardless. Nay, Lord Zenos lives? Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official and above all accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the voice remains then. We shall put the lie to their claims. So, well, now we know what was underneath that mask. What? Who's this? More heroes. Oh wait, hang on. You. A detachable arm comment. Leonora, great timing. I was just about to send word to the Scions. I've got lots to tell you. The Council has officially recognized the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed commander. Suffice it to say, we're in good hand. Having the Bull of Alamigo at the helm does wonder for morale. People were dancing in the street when the announcement was made, and we have you and the Sultana to thank for it. If you two hadn't worked your magic, he'd never have contemplated following his heart. The Council has also decreed that we're to maintain a presence at Rhalgr's Reach. Lise will continue to lead our forces in the fringes. A job she's been doing tirelessly. A bit too tirelessly, some might say. We're constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. That's an exaggeration, and I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now, not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we've been keeping a close eye on the Kalyana, and it looks like they've chosen a new leader. It's Shanti's daughter. You know, the half-dead one? For whatever the reason, the Kalyana thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As things stand, there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Just like I've been reaching out to Fordola. She still won't meet my gaze, but she's given up trying to ignore me. It may be only be the odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. Nod. Leonora, there you are. Alphinold, Alice, is everything alright? We've received word from Tataru. Hancock has apparently acquired information of great interest and urgency. More than that, she didn't say, only that we should come to Kugane right away. I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Alice is determined to make it a party of 3. As I've told you more than a dozen times, brother, my wounds are quite healed, and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, you may well need an extra pair of hands. Worry not, sister, I have quite given up on trying to convince you. Whether we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as possible. You will be joining us, I trust? Nod. I was about to say I'd come too, but I'll just have to settle for cheering you on from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Nod. Thank you, Lise. Rest assured, should this business prove to be even of even tangential concern to Alamigo, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off then. Hancock and Tataru await us at the Ruby Bazaar offices. Elfino wanted to go on a date with me. I'm assuming this is about, Kosetsu? Let me in. Let me in. This is gonna be voiced.
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
Okay, but why?
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugiri and Soroban are also involved?
No, they're just here because they look pretty.
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Of course, of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor. Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu.
What?
I beg your pardon?
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
Yeah, but it came down on top of Gosetsu too, and you're hoping he lives. Nod.
I would not presume to question your eyewitness accounts, nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
Yep.
Have you informed Lord Hien?
Nod.
Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them. I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest?
Nah, I'm good. I am not sure what I'd do if I saw Yotsuyu again.
I understand. Only too well. But if Gosetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Gosetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear.
Nod.
Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not, but I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garleans' movements, and more besides.
You're doing this for free? Interesting. The informant awaits your pleasure in the back streets of Sanjo Hanamachi. From its shining facade into its dark underbelly, if you know Kugane, one of the finest informants money can buy, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Permit me to assist you in your quest, my friends. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. Should your search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see that she is ready to sail. I'll give Soroban a hand. If he's providing us the ship, the least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us. A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado, then let us seek out this informant in Sanjo Hanamachi. Nod. Rakaza District. Do 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 do. This should be the place. Now we wait and see who comes. Eh? It has been a while, my friends. Yes, a long while indeed. Want to punt him. I knew it. Kyoto, any funny business and you know what will happen, I trust? No funny business, only loyal service and the finest quality information. But of course, such quality does not come cheap. No, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must think we were born yesterday. I've half a mind to call Lise. No, Lise, I beg you, no boots. I will tell you everything I know, free of charge. The Empire searches for Yatsuyu, high and low and far and wide. Come to enlist my help, they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information. And have you decisive information? Were the two individuals cited here indeed Gosetsu and Yatsuyu? Alas, see them with my own eyes, I did not, but the Imperials are confident. Yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of their contingent. But here is something they do not know, a rumor which you will find most interesting, I think. They say an elderly Rogadan samurai appeared on Kogane Dori with a beauteous maiden, and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. 'Twas no common katana either, but one of surpassing craftsmanship. Well, that is interesting, assuming it's true. Did you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question? No. Regrettably, I do not have a working relationship with the master of Shofuku Shichitan? Now, why would that be, I wonder? If I didn't know better, I'd think he lent you money. Ahem. He will help you, I am certain. While you speak with him, I will make contact with my Garlean connections and learn what I can of their progress. A glimpse of the blade is all I need to be sure, but is it wise to let the Namazu out of our sight? What choice do we have? I wouldn't want him with us. No other choice but this, and a fine choice it is. Though I am adept at gathering information, it is so much more efficient to share the work. He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up. And so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves efficiency like a little supervision. Yes. We will go together, and there will be no boots. Let's be about it then. Good luck with the katana. Shall we reconvene at the pier later? Fragrant as the Ruby Bazaar office are, I prefer the fresh air. I'd like to see her boot him. I believe Alice has her task well in hand. Shall we seek out the pawnbroker? Nod. Actually, I'd like to see my character boot him. Oh, poop! Greeting. / greeting. What? Social. Special? No. Expressions. General. Greeting. Oh, / greet. Everything in order? Then let us proceed to Kogane Dori and find the master of Shofuku Shichitan. Let me find some room that can go in the saddlebag. I'll put those away. I'll keep these ones. Otherwise, no, I ain't got nothing else that needs to go in there. That is the Kogane Dori. We might have had customers like those you described. So many people come through, it's difficult to remember. Perhaps you could jog my memory by making a purchase? No? Well, you can't blame a woman for trying. Not the one you're looking for. A Rogaden samurai and a maiden? Never seen him. Now, if you don't have any business with me, make way for someone who does. It's gonna be you, probably? Welcome, good man. Will you be buying, or...? Ah, so you have heard tale of the Rogaden Samurai's katana. Small wonder, it is a fine example of its kind. One moment. Dare I hope you have found our pawnbroker? Nod. Excellent work, Leonora. And that is the katana? Look at I love the little details like the chips on the blade. Like here. There can be no doubt it is Gosetsu's blade. The craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you will be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. I should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and it is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. The blade represents conclusive proof of Gosetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing a safe return. Yet it is not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild. I'll pay. Nay, my friend, grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gosetsu is alive and well. Yugiri, wait, the scions will buy the katana. Pray, consider it a gift. Master Elfinode, your kindness is touching, truly, yet in matters of coin, would Mistress Totaro not expect to be consulted? Come now, our friend would never have relinquished his blade were the need not great. And are we not bound by honor to help a friend in need? I say we are, and I'm sure Totaro will wholeheartedly agree. It's settled then. You have made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you would be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. How much did it cost? Also, why did she say no to me but okay to Alfino? If I may ask, sir, after he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? Well then, I suppose there could be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sum than his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended those served at the Umineko tea house, and thither did they set off. Clamoring for dango. Can these truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Some manner of code, perhaps, but it avails us not to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up their trail. Nod. I wonder how much that katana cost. Also, wait, hang on. Do I have a katana? Be like, hey, Gosetsu, I got a katana you can just use instead. But of course I remember. How could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you'll ever see, scoffing down dango as if her life depended on it, while the old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'll wager. Far be it from me to gossip about my customers, but he was planning to spirit her away across the Ruby Sea, out of reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shiokaze holstery, presumably to find someone discreet with a boat. So Gosetsu makes for Doma. But this woman who travels with him, the more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yatsuyu. Well, we know it is. While doubts remain over the identity of Gosetsu's traveling companion, for now we can but follow the trail. Come, let us away to the pier and make ready to sail. With luck, Alize will already have joined Master Soaraban and Mistress Tataru there. Yeah, I'm at the holstery already. Excellent timing, my friends. Mr. Salise merely arrived mere moments ago. All went well at my end. Gyoro met with an Imperial officer and wheedled his way into some new information. It seems the troops who recently arrived in Kugane came directly from Garlemald. The Imperials based here have been kept in the dark. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they picked up Gosetsu's trail. Then your information matches ours. We are quite certain that Gosetsu seeks to cross to the mainland. Okay, but why didn't Gosetsu go to the Ruby Bazaar and talk to... what's his name? Because Tataru would have been there. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You use Scion's fund to buy Gosetsu's katana? At the asking price? Aye, well, we were in some haste and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here's the contract of sale. Pray see that the man is paid. Foul's beard, you agreed to this? Give me strength. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You'd best be on your way. Nod. The Alphinold, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the office as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh, very well. I shall call upon you as soon as I return. First, let us go to the Ruby Price. If Gosetsu has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen him. Ah, Alphino, you're so rich that Tataru's gonna murder you. Fight. Tataru seemed rather vexed, did she not? Ever the melodramatist, I am sure. Our finances can stretch to a single sword. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. Ah, but I digress. We have work to do. Oh, Alphinold's gonna get his ass handed to him by Tataru.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries.
Nod. What?
What's going on out there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
I thought this was the guy with the purple hair. Oh, there's some mechs.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless
Yotsuyu is on that island.
Nod.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Why does he have an Ellie say to stay back?
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
I'm confused.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
I'm confused.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
Come.
Nod. I have an 8-person mount. I could fly us all there. Sputter, haha, cough, cough. I did it, Gaz. No time to rest, Master Elfino. Our allies are sorely pressed. Oh, look who it is. I won't say no to the help, but I'm not pleased that we need it. Let me, oh. You. Hunks of junk. Haha, I moved that time. Can we do something about these mages that they apparently have when they shouldn't? Since they can't use magic? You're here for the old man. Yes, he's at the top. You'd best hurry.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Gosetsu?
Is he all right?
Gosetsu!
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan. Eliminate hostiles. All forces, attack!
Yeah, when he collapsed, you really shouldn't have stood around. You should have shot him. Focus on the enemy. We'll see to Lady Yotsuyu when they're dead. Come, let us even the odds. It's already done. Oh. Reinforcements! I need reinforcements! That they should have Magitech armor in reserve. Steel yourselves! Oh, you. Hey, Gosetsu, I got your katana, but, there's one problem with that. Ah, we have no time for this. Watch out, he means to blow it up. Oh, easy peasy. Maybe not. Oh no, I barely got that. Damn it, reinforcements! I need more reinforcements! Hang on, I'm just gonna kill you. 2 of them. We shall need a strategy. Leonora, draw the armor this way. Well, the Centurion is dead. When you say draw them this way, where's this way? Or did I break the game by... Good thing you slowed them down. There. That should be done. Oh wait, nope. Have care, we know not what we face. Well, it's called a Magitech Hexadrome. It goes vroom. That's pretty much all there is to worry about. Use our big attacks. One more. Back, all of you! Oh, it's dead.
The art of my forebears.
I like how I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be talking by the Centurion, but I think I killed him too fast. Tune the Magitech turret. There's too many. Draw them to me. I shall finish this. Leonor, my shadows and I shall tend to half. The rest is yours. $20 seconds left. Oh, are we finally gonna get something that might actually hurt me? Alright, brace yourselves. Stars above, rain destruction upon my enemies. You still couldn't kill them, Alfino, really?
Gosetsu, thank the heavens.
I really don't remember what Summoner's LV3 is.
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that.
Yep, you're welcome.
But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
Angry faces.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
Okay.
She was with you the entire time.
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye. And I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
Dude, I don't need to pay your tithe. I can just teleport. Not to mention, I don't need the seas. I fly. As Tansui says, we should move on. It would not do for Yatsuya to be seen here. Now, if I know my sister, she will already be waiting with the boat at the nearby pier. Let's go and see if I'm right. I love the elements like that. The weather effects. Let's see. Everyone's staring at me. Nod. Gosetsu, thank the gods you're safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. And it was all I could do to restrain her. Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as Leonora is, anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me, we need to talk about her. No, we should probably leave and go like it was said. Greetings? They tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine, but I want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off you, not for a moment. Nod. These people are strange. Are you sure they're your friends? I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have naught to fear. Alright, if you say so. Right, 'tis past time we set sail. I for one would not keep Lord Hien waiting without due cause. Aye, and the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble, lest you forget the Red Kojin bear no love for Yatsuyu either. I shall deliver you to their family familiar shores near Isari, but out of the villagers' sight. Nod. Here's where we part ways, my friends. I pray the remainder of your journey passes uneventfully. Leonardo, when you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. Nod. It promises to be extremely lucrative, and I do not say so lightly. After the prodigious sums spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Scion's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tataru's face. Oh, come along. Tataru was overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Far more than you think, plainly. A blade like Gosetsu's is worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. This business venture of Soroban's, you will give it a fair hearing, I trust? He has been good to us, after all. As for me, I think I shall look into drawing upon my personal funds. Nod. We must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting that he receive us at the House of Fears, where there are fewer prying eyes. Sorry. If all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray, follow as swiftly as you are able to, and join me on the outskirts of Namai. Oh, this way is Namai. Look, I could just fly us in my giant floating whale. All of us can fit in here. All is well? Nod. Good, the others are hiding nearby. Let us proceed. Quietly, if you please. Don't mind me, I'm pulling out my giant flying whale. Oh, wait, never mind.
My Lord Hien, I am returned.
Okay.
Save your tears for the morrow. For we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope. One which I have clung to ever since.
Here it goes.
Gosetsu.
I was expecting science theme. There it is.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel. Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend. Now then, though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complications.
First, it's Fordola, now it's Yatsuyu, huh?
Rise, my friend. Tell me everything.
Well, you see...
The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
As acting Viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Nay, it will end with her capture, or her death.
Are you a friend, too?
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
Lost her memory, you say? Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free.
I mean...
We will hold her here for a time.
Agreed. Memory loss or not.
Into Fia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
Yes, my lord. Come.
No, I don't want to. Don't let her take me away!
It's all right, Soyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl and listen to Yugiri.
Nod.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. If this is an act, it is a remarkable performance.
Thank you for delivering Gosetsu back to us in one piece. We are lucky indeed to have friends who would journey to the other side of the world to help us, and repeatedly at that. We have much and more to think upon, but as regards the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Now then, seeing as you've come all this way, you must allow me to show you around the Enclave. I would not have you thinking we've been idle in your absence. The rebuilding effort proceeds apace, I'm pleased to say, and we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen who were displaced by the war. Should they so desire it, there is a place here for those who fled to Eorzea. We should be delighted to accept your invitation, Lord Heian, and I have no doubt that your subjects at Revenant's Toll will be heartened to hear that their lord has not forgotten them. Eh? Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that Gosetsu and Yugiri would be back by now. Speaking of... Forgive me, my lord, but Captain Jifuya is nowhere to be found. Oh? He was here when I arrived. For now, we have taken Yotsuyu to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord. But I find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post without nary a word. That does seem most unusual. If you mean to look for the man, we would be happy to assist you. Is this going to be more betrayal? We should be glad of the help. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything? I will join you. With respect, my lord, you should remain here should the Empire move against us. You will be better able to coordinate our response. Ha! And there I was thinking I was in charge, but you have the right of it. Go on then, I will mind the house. Who's Jafuya, anyways? You seek the captain? He passed by a little while ago. I wondered if I should tell someone as it happens. He did not look well, you see. I asked if aught was the matter, and he told me the past had caught up with him. But I doubt it was that. There are older men in our ranks. Captain Jafuya, who was headed for the northern entrance when I saw him last. I was going to invite him to train with us, but he did not hear me call out to him. If you need him, I dare say the sentry on duty will be able to tell you more. And indeed, I suggested as much to Mistress Alice when she came asking earlier. Is something amiss? Hi, the captain went outside a few bells ago and looking quite unwell, I am sorry to say. This I mentioned to Lord Gosetsu, who straightway struck out after him. I hope they will be alright. Gosetsu too? It seems everyone is bent on joining the search. That's all well and good, but someone has to stay behind. There's no telling what the Empire is plotting. You go on, Leonor. Alphinaud and I shall hold the fort. Nod. Okay, well... Interesting.
Ah! By the Kami! Your Lord Ian, leave me. Leave me, I beg of you. Say nothing of this. I was never here.
There you are.
Lady Yugiri, Lord Gosetsu, forgive me my abrupt disappearance.
You have your reasons, I am sure. Will you not share them?
I was her master when she was yet a courtesan.
By the Kami.
She worked in my establishment. Her father was a regular client of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. She may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her. He sold her short. When I first beheld her, I was struck by her beauty. And yet, behind her eyes there was an emptiness. It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman. It was no profession for her, but I knew she would be popular, and so it proved. Men flocked to drown themselves in that cold, bottomless gaze. The rest you know. She became an Imperial informant, and for her loyal service won the office of Acting Viceroy.
While you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became. Joining the front was meant to be my atonement. But the truth is, I am a coward
whose only thought was to escape her wrath. Then as now.
I see. Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yugiri?
None. It would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Gosetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
Speak with Yugiri. Forgive me, now is not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others. Okay. Thank you for your help in the search. Gosetsu has told me all that had transpired. I would not presume to defend the life Jifuya led before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it is not my place to judge. I will only say this. The Jifuya I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depth of his terror. Even now, Yotsuyu casts a shadow over the realm. But the question of what is to be done with her must wait. The Empire is on the move once more. Alright, talk about it. While you were out searching for Jifuya, we received word from our shinobi allies. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Doman soil. Our visitor's objective remains unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yotsuyu, or a prelude to invasion. Either way, the craft reportedly advances at speed and appears bound for Castrum Fluminis. I mean to go there and ascertain their intent. If we ride out in force, it will only end one way, so we shall keep our numbers to a minimum. Yugiri, Leonora, can I count on you? Nod. Yes, my lord. Nod. Alize and I would fain play our part as well. We will not stand idly by while a common foe threatens the land of our friends and allies. We would be glad of the help. You are acquainted with Hakuro, I believe? Then I bid you seek him out and assist in maintaining order in the Enclave. When the people see an Imperial airship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them and, should it come to it, aid in their evacuation. Very well, we shall depart at once. Do take care. Nod. What of me, my lord? The Empire may well be after Yotsuyu. You are to remain here and guard her until my return. Nod. As you wish. Pray, stay close to Leonora and Yugiri. Well, well. Guard duty and not a breath of protest. Now I have seen it all. To Castrum Fluminis, then. Let us find out what the Empire's game is. Nod. Okay. Up. Oh, nope. Out and then up. Oh. Wait. Oh. Well, I'm just gonna teleport. I'm not gonna... That was weird. The area is secure. Whatever our visitors' purpose, they plainly believe they can achieve it alone. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us await them inside the castrum. Nod. This is definitely going to be voiced. There it is.
A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say? Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Domans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. We will meet them openly. I would welcome this student of Dorman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
Well, that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I but afford an emissary of peace the courtesy he is due. Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sas Brutus, ambassador plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
He is heir to the Naiuri clan, and Yotsu's stepbrother.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady. It is true. The former acting viceroy is my sister. Yet, bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it. I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, his radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice. To negotiate peace with Doma.
Well then, We have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my hall?
Gladly, my lord.
Look at that weasel face. Although he's not... Is he Garlean? He doesn't have like an eyeball. Granted, I guess we wouldn't see. Don't think that guy's Garlean. This guy isn't. Lord Hien is magnanimous in victory. Given our nation's troubled history, we did not expect such hospitality. Oh, I can't talk to this one. We shall escort our guests across the river to their enclave. Yugiri, pray go on ahead to Yuzuka Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. Nod. Oh, that's a ways away. Fly! Alright. Lord He and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first ferry. When you are ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. Okay. I can just fly, though. All are free to travel in and out of their enclave. Do you seek passage? Yes. What's this? Precious reclamation. Precus. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hi, Ian. I'll be back to you in a moment. Oh. The One River. The One River? I don't know where that is. There you are, Leonora. So first things first, What do you think of the Enclave? I must say I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We even have an 8th right now, courtesy of the Onishishu. Be sure to attune to it, would you? Once it has the Warrior of Light's seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. But on to the matter at hand. The ambassador and his retinue are at my hall, taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. I want you there when the talking starts. It will serve to send a message to the Empire that Eorzea and Doma stand united. I am not normally one for a hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, such gestures carry weight. Oh, and should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions, Alphinaud and Alize will also be there. You need only eat, drink, and look imposing. Say you'll come. I'll be there. I knew I could count on you. When you are ready, come and join me at my humble abode, the Kian Khan. The guardsmen will see you in. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Okay. Why is everyone sitting on the floor again without cushions?
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Doma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Doma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Doma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend. Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons. Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Doma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korjin's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Doma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise. With regard to the Korjin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami.
The Korjin didn't even summon him.
Yet even now there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted. I am told.
Indeed. Many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history. My comrades and I would change all that. We, Populares, have...
Oh.
Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe. And I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange. Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial Army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting Viceroy.
Yotsu? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord.
The snake.
May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your
I don't
care.
trust this guy
See
at
that
all.
They are well looked after.
He's got that.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
I don't. It's his something about his face and voice. Maybe like he's talking down to us? I don't know. Well, that was unexpected. You can say that again. I still don't know quite what to make of it all. But on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? They had naught to gain by divulging the details of their internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsuyu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. You think it might all be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Nod. Perhaps, though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsuyu may have been the acting viceroy, but she is not Garlean, nor even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphinaud, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on this matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Ian. While the Ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Well, the answer should be no. Indeed, though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languish in imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the kami know when I will be afforded another. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. Nod. I was about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, Leonora, let's leave Alphinaud to dispense his copious knowledge. Thank you. Someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakazuki. Go on and keep Alise company. We are safe enough for now. Nod. Okay. A chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my depth, Leonora. Though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle. And the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. So we're left with the eternal question, what to do while they prattle on. I don't think Alphinaud would even let it get that far. Alright, for want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words, and it's not as if we'll be missed here, or will we? Leonora, a moment if you would. Ah, Yugiri and Asahi, was it? You have some business with Leonora? Business? No, pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed Slayer of Gods and Champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Nod. Oh, is that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the woman who would do battle with our common enemy. Unless you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss of me to not at least thank her for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Oh, you're Doman. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugiri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? I'm quite sure he will be safe with you, Yugiri. Come now, Leonora. There is naught else for us to do until Lord Hien has reached his decision. And were we not this moment discussing how best to learn more about the current state of Doma? It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yangzia. Might we start at the town of Monzin? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Very well, if you'll follow me. I can fly myself. Oh, wait. Okay. Nay, could this truly be Monzin? What? It just... home to the cream of Doma's samurai? I had heard that Yatsuyu intended to send some few of our automata here, but only by way of warning. It should not have come to this. Indeed, her savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up in protest. It was folly to think such method of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we can begin to make amends for this senseless destruction, the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult. Once our nation are formally at peace, of course. Yes, of course. If you would have a better view of what remains of the castle, we must proceed through the ruins. One moment. Now, where are you, you little shithead? I don't trust you. You're a Garlean envoy. And apparently Xenos is alive? Is that what they said? It is a travesty. A travesty! I remember the keep being so beautiful. In the light of the setting sun, one would swear it was aflame. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it one day, when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Spoken like a true popularis, the needs of the people must of course come first. Speaking of whom, would you be opposed to my seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Namai is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. By river, yes. If you will follow me, I will ready our boat. Oh. So you're gonna betray us now, eh? Ready to cast off?
Get back! I'm warning you!
Someone's in trouble.
The Red Kojin.
Are you all right?
Hi.
Issei, you fought with a bow.
Yuki, and you look too. I
I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
Maybe we should try talking to them first and see why they're attacking? It's Red Kojin. Oh, these are level 70, so my gear actually is on par with them.
Away with you!
It is nothing.
When we don't have Alfino, of course not. I'm assuming we don't have to worry about. I grow tired of these games. Where's our reinforcements? All this for 2 children? Why do they even want them? They mean to overwhelm us. See to their reinforcements, quickly. Now, aim for the younglings.
An opening.
Stand in front of them. We'll bear the brunt of it. Don't worry, Azami. I won't let them hurt you. Okay.
The art of my forebears.
If they would call for reinforcements, then so would we. Okay. Alfredo, if you could just, you know... Oh, never mind. I think I killed all of them. I think we've done it. Oh, we're not. Hold your ground. I will draw away their reinforcements. Get over here. I didn't say you could go after them, did I? I really feel like I'm killing the fights before they're supposed to end. Also, I really don't trust Asahi. Especially considering how much betrayal has been in the story. We did it! And these are Red Kojin, remember. They were working with the Garleans.
That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Thank you, sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Nod.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal.
I doubt you.
You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without. But if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
Okay. The Empire will never change.
Never? I wonder, would you have said the same of Ishgard? Believe what you will, but I assure you, the Empire can change.
Hey, Tybalt! How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Were you doing a midnight ladder? Did Pancrase beat you again? Robbing you of your win-loss ratio? Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceable circumstances. Yet this flurry. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorzea in action, and few Imperial soldiers can say that, at least few who live to tell the tale. What happened? Well, after that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord, but what of Namai? You seemed so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in Imperial uniform with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would, and with any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. Well, at least you had a Rosa for hook route. Sid and Rosa? Could have been like Eddie, Rydia, and Tella or something like that. That's still not the best because, well, Sid's slow as crap. Ooh, Odin. I should have read that message first. Gauntlet, Zot 2. Oof. Have a good night, Tybalt. Thanks for the raid again. This is just the guard to go, hey, you want in? I was going to the Aether in that shard, not the... Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray, go on ahead. Lord Hien is expecting you. I will remain without and keep watch over our guest. Well, we had best not keep him waiting. Hello, Ninja. God, I love this song. That is a cute emote. You are expected, my lady? Shall I show you in? Sure. I hear you're getting good at free enterprise. Welcome back, my friend. Yugiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on a tour of Yangzhou. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at Sakazuki. But I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yugiri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details, so please, tell us how it all unfolded. Hey, Asuka's admin. That means she has to know the truth. The Red Kojin here? Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Not that I am aware of. If they are planning some new venture here in Yangzhou, we will need to increase patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? I still don't think he can be trusted. Then the question of what his true intention may be remains. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to play in his game. For now, at least. Well, for sweared summoning should be simple enough, considering you never dabbled in it in the first place. Which just leaves the somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Kojin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alfredo's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the Eikons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susano was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of aether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of aether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends, the Blue Kojin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Boomchin and his people, and with their support, I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon this Susano. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the Populares garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake which I would see put right, one which has weighed heavy on my mind. I've only won like one race when it comes to free enterprise. This is definitely gonna have talking.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company. The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
Because both of you are better than you think you are.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Home Lemonade! Thank you for the raid!
My lord.
I saw you were streaming. I assume you were doing some PvP?
I believe we have kept our guests waiting long enough.
Have any good matches today?
Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for Yotsuyu apart, I mean. I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade.
Nod.
Though I suppose if he and Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it.
Hello, Daishi.
It's to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
How are you today? Aha. Thank you for the follow. Maiming, striking. With Yotsuyu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through. I've been playing through Stormblood again, or not Stormblood, through all of Final Fantasy XIV again. This is my alt character.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
One of these days, when I'm not streaming, I'll join you for your
The
PvP.
time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha.
If you don't mind having someone sucking. Yeah, I've played through this fully.
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse?
Thank you for the follow.
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly?
I don't...
You will accommodate her
This
here
little
in Doma?
weasel.
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango. How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us.
Sakazuki?
Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Punch him! That's what I want to do.
Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Nod. God, I love science theme. Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. Nod. I am sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. A part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say. Suyu, do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I am a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. Nod, as you wish. Nod. Now, if you will excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreement. Of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yangzia. This will take time, of course. Nod. Of course. You may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. We will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their Eikon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I am informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young Domans from a band of Kojin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Please, there is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hand of the Kojin or indeed the Empire. Nod. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Until we meet again. Nod. Nod. Gosetsu, as before, I leave Yatsuyu to you. Nod. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. Nod. Speak with Hien. Exit. Kien-Con. The ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Fluminis. Let us be off. Be off.
I wish you a safe journey.
Haha.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima.
God, that sounded
take
so
the others and
robotic.
See that all is ready for our departure. I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha.
Nod.
Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
Weasel! What's this?
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
They let him live?
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy.
Aren't those the level 1 daggers? Dang, who went Super Saiyan?
What in the...
Oh, it's Xenos.
Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
I just find it funny that the level 1 daggers are always the one you see NPCs using, because they're the only ones that actually look like daggers. Oh, is this where he...
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So this is where he fell in love with the
This one
katanas?
is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne.
Cayenne.
King of the former King of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Have a nice night, Calm. Thank you again for the raid.
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, Legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos.
It was love at first sight.
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
Vexes? Don't worry, I haven't trusted you this whole time.
Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Dude, I already killed him. Well, technically he killed himself.
I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
I mean, I'd straight up be like, yo, this guy's evil. We can't work with him. Oh well.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Yes.
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Ugidi. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
I think he likes me too. Makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, 'tis possible emotion simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the woman who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance, and the Garlean prisoners made ready for the exchange. But you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. With the hour the exchange draws near, we will call for you. Nod. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it would be best if we remained in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yatsuyu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through this sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I am not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. Nod. To Kugane, then. Tataru and the others must know of what transpired here. Well, you go ahead and tell them. I'm gonna just have to come back here right after. Let's see. Ruby Bazaar. Alright. Tataru, Hancock. My, it seems you're all in quite a predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it. Yes, of course, we're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all can wait if any urgent news should come through the office. About that, I wish to apologize, Tataru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. That's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Soroban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Leonora should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. Forgive me, Leonora. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value, knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Riol and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game for now. Nod. And with this... 370. Let's grab that. Hiya, Psycho. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
Oh, that's you. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital. Is that Xenos?
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Huh? Oh wait, never mind. We would know already. That's Elidibus. And with that, that's the end of patch 4.2. Aiming is right there. Okay. Ah, Leonora, impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Dolmens are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Dolmen conscripts is soon to arrive in Yangxia. 'Twould seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. Nod. According to the letter, Yatsu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways for the Enclave, then. Lord Heian will be waiting. Nod. I trust you will cope in our absence, Totaro? Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Kienken. I can't. To the Doman Enclave. Where is it? There it is. This is how you restore Doma. Lord Heian is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes. Hi, Heian. I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he receives some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yatsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Leonora, Elise, shall we? Nod. This is definitely voiced. You can tell by the graphics difference.
Open wide now.
It definitely changes from cutscene to player models.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself.
He's like, damn, got caught.
I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
Has anyone here had a persimmon?
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Dude, you held up a castle.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
Alice.
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink.
What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
Bullet wounds.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Suyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
Flashback of...
But leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
He's embarrassed. They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. Well, but what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him. You couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for his liege and land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yatsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Yugiri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince, so what makes you so sure? Nod. I've been spying on Yatsuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in... That's not something you want to do in your bedroom. I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare a dinner right there on the tatami, a child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Nod. Aye, the matter is settled. Yatsuyu will become Suyu and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fastened the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Suyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Suyu. Nod. Elfinode! Where are you? Okay, I think you're in here, not outside. Yep. Either that or who knows. Yep, there's the Alfie nerd. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should not be long. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She is nowhere to be found. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think... Yes! Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers, whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new-fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No, no, I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. Nod. Twould seem that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Kami help me, no good can come of this. Aiming. Okay. Let's pop this chest. Yep. Throw that in there. Change to Dancer. Equip. There. Dancer's changed. Gone like morning dew. It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. We must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask you for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Heian. Now as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. Nod. We have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surrounding. Elfinode, if you would take the road to Castrum Voluminous? Leonora, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the Kami smile upon our efforts. Nod. Oh, it already threw me across. Oh, that's right over here. Who needs to go around things? Hey. Hi. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, yes, if there's anything you care to know, you need only... A pale-skinned woman? I have seen no such traveler, I'm sorry to say. Most sorry. Scaly-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. There's the other one. Is this one dead? Unusually pale skin? Yes, yes, I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in a northeasterly direction. For the most part, her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. Oh, is this one okay? Gyoko? I think that one's dead. Yatsuyu! To the north, northeast. Okay. Perhaps she is yet farther northeast. Where are we right now? Okay. Yatsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking wide-brimmed hat. Uh-oh. A cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yatsuyu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. Leonore, before you ask, our search of Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught. Save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Heian here shortly thereafter. Nod. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any signs of our missing guests? Nod. Look down. There's a hat here. Towards Namai. By the kami, if the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry, Yugiri and I will check the paddles. The village square is yours. Nod. You can see the graphics difference.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
You know, does no one in this game believe that, you know, there could be someone who looks familiar? Nod.
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsuyu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry! I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry.
Hey, it's a persimmon.
Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
Leave it to the little girl to save everyone.
I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
I don't believe in death sentences. I just don't. I don't care how bad someone's bad. I don't believe. And I believe Yotsuyu shouldn't be murdered. I believe Ferdola shouldn't be murdered. As much as I'd want to. But I do believe there should be punishment. That would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu's which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. Ha! They say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fluminis and our meeting with the ambassador. Alfino and Alize should still be there conducting their search. Nod. My one hope for Final Fantasy XIV, though, is they rebalance the blue mages. I want them to be turned into an actual job. Remove the limited job part of it. And just let people have fun playing the job. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. Tis time to meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
I don't trust
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
What are you up to now, you snake?
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look well.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
God, I hate this snake.
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient.
God, I hate this snake.
You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
God, I hate him. Also, that's my alarm, basically, to say it's almost time to end the stream.
We continue with the exchange as planned.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
I know better than to trust Asahi, but that was a dirty trick. Still unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. Nod. You have that look, Elfino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, but most like we can discuss it upon our return. We should pay Gosetsu, pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses.
This bastard.
It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
I don't think I can like him any less
Be
than
that as it may,
I have.
he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
We're actually sitting on pillows.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
What?
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Nod. Gosetsu?
Help! Help!
Those are Yatsuyu's foster parents.
Help! Help me!
Huh.
If only I hadn't remembered.
Oh.
He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
No. Yatsuyu.
Who's there?
I feel bad, but I also... Like, I hate her, but I also feel bad.
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery.
Even now you're gonna be a bitch.
You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament.
Interesting. It says Asahi slash... Or not Yatsuyu.
You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
You're...
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be.
I don't feel bad for her parents at all, I'll say that.
Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it.
Please.
To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation.
Where'd she get this
but
knife
the time
from?
has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu! What?
I mean, do you really... Are you really surprised? You literally were just contemplating reselling her.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely
Kill him,
you can't be
please.
satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance.
Please, just stab
and the
him.
power to see it through.
Please. I don't want to die.
Too bad, you deserved it.
Any sign of her?
As you're staring at dead bodies.
What happened here?
Well, you see, she got her memory back when he tried to sell her.
I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
I mean... nod. He definitely was raised by them. We have recovered the Nari's remain and will hold the cremation anon. Would that they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. And with that, we're going to call our stream here, EscoNitz. Thank you guys for watching, and a huge thank you to my patrons. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to make the content I do and do what I love to do. So thank you very much, and I'll see you guys next video. Goodbye.